First attack.
Sangria Protocol. I'm Katon. No, I'm not. I'm Toasty Catball. Wow. Okay, brain. Honest game developer / VTuber. Yeah, I'm the Mupe. Boy, I'm a little spacey today. I'm very spacey today, actually. I need to get working on stuff, but my brain is black. But as it stands, chats are currently dead, so I'll probably just be dropping into what I am doing today. We are working on Test Gen. We're working on the top-down shooter roguelike thing. Should be doing these like beginning of stream whenever I'm doing this kind of thing. And today I'm working on potentially some loot stuff. I did a little bit of work off stream a little while ago, and did I did some work on a bit of stuff for the loot system for the thing that we're going to be working on today. Did I even actually commit on Git what I did? Not yesterday. It was not yesterday. Definitely not yesterday. It was Friday. I think I was doing this work. This was 6 days ago, apparently. Yeah, because this was where I was working on the interact loot container. This is one of the things that I wanted to do to set up having loot. Alright, and I've done some other things with interacts to make those accessible. So I do have to kind of go through and make sure that none of the changes I made recently broke anything. That would be an important thing to test. I'm not entirely sure if I tested it before, so doing that's probably a good thing. Anyways, so if I go ahead and flip over here, go ahead and see if things are broken at all. I doubt it, but I do want to check. I do need to set this up so that the RNGC is always different. Would be nice. Alright. This does still just say door. And here is still going good. I just noticed that the gun can poke through the wall. Funny. I wonder if that means I can shoot through the wall. I gotta fix that, honestly. Man, can I think it is actually hitting, it's hard to tell because the UI is in the way. Oh yeah, I am hitting the wall in the next room. Yeah, I definitely have to fix that, make that not happen. And standard protocol code, standard greeting protocol code, kid. I gotta get better at saying that. I've been slurring that way too much recently. I still gotta fix this. I don't know why this is that color. I don't know what the fuck I did there. And this still works. My exam for my Python class today, and I'm 1% as skilled as the toaster. Congratulations. Python's decent. Wouldn't be using it for a full game, but it's decent. There's still nothing this way, man. As long as those doors are working fine, we should be good. Actually, let me go through here. Let that reload my backpack. By the way, Code Kid, since you are normally a contributor, I might also drop a playtest executable on you as well. Ah, I still got hit by that. Alright. It's literally the only coding class I was required to take for my major, so I'll be staying 1% to skilled. Oh, okay. So I think that's the answer to Amy's question. I don't know if that's an actual interest of Code Kids. Anyways, yeah, as long as those things are working fine. Get out of here. Okay, so I was working on a new set of components to potentially get a thing that we can interact with to get loot. I think I previously wanted to just do breakable objects that had loot. I've decided recently I do also want to do just like generic cabinets or boxes that you can open up when they interact, just because that's a little bit easier for me to kind of put into whatever room theme I want. I don't really know how to give a simple answer, so just it's cool, I guess. That really undersells it though. Oh, I wasn't sure if you actually were interested, because it seemed like because you were saying this is literally the only coding class you were required to take, and therefore you're staying that much skilled, that you were not interested in doing any more learning about it. That's true. That's also true, Amy. Yeah. It sucks that I can't get BTTV emotes to work on my OBS Twitch chat dock anymore. I'll figure out if there's a way to fix that or not. Right, that sort of makes sense. That tracks. Anyways, so... excuse me. So yeah, as I was saying, last I was here, I did work on a couple of things for this. In fact, actually, if I go ahead and take us over to sample scene, I'd like to remind everybody that I absolutely hate the new Pro Builder. This is bad. Why'd they do this? Why'd they just confine everything to a horrible fucking drop-down window? Like, it's genuinely worse than Unity. Or sorry, worse than Blender. I mean, at least with Blender, I can open that wherever I want with certain hotkeys. Here, I have to come all the way up there, and then I have to click that, and then I have to find the sub-menu for it. Like, it is worse than Blender. I think they wanted to be like Blender, but they failed. Anyways, let's go down here. So I started working on some, like, prototype models for what I wanted to do with it. So actually, if I switch to rotation mode, you can see that I've set this up such that I can just, like, rotate these doors open to represent opening the cabinet. And I've also got a cargo box. This is just gonna be like a generic breakable crate, I'm thinking. And I do still need to do more breakable objects, is the plan. Okay, so I had set these up with the intention of eventually using these for whatchamacallit, which I'm actually going to go ahead and make sure these are parented to you. Why are you at a weird position? I hate floats. This is why I hate floats. Right. Granted, I'm going to be probably putting this into another object too. Let's call this placeholder cabinet. Placeholder box. Which I do still need to figure out how we're doing breakables. I know how we're doing the loot containers. I started writing code for that. The thing about breakables is that right now most of the code is still set up with the concept of like enemies. Everything's kind of prescriptive to enemies right now, and I need a different type of component to handle these sorts of damageable objects. Now, there's also the possibility that I might just make these enemies, and that might work for the most part. The thing is that I will need to be careful about it, because if I set them up as enemies, I need something that clearly distinguishes that they're not enemies for the sake of generating target overlays for them. Because I don't want them to show up the same way that enemies do on your HUD, where you have the orange outline to them. I want them to have two different outlines. There is a gray outline for lower class breakables, which are going to be like the really common breakables that can be found in like almost any room. That'll be like a very small chance to have a ration or some money or core orbs. And sometimes they can also have like keycards in them as well. That's that class, and then the higher class of like loot containers that are breakables will instead have a yellow overlay. Actually, I can just show this. If I go to Sprites, UI, overlay reticle borders. So you have the common breakable border is this white one, and then the treasure reticle border is this yellow one. Now, that being said, where I called this the treasure reticle border, standard protocol, A squared, how are you doing? For the things like the closets that will contain loot, I'm still going to be using the interactable reticle border. Yeah. You're fine? Well, let's get to here. I'm sleepy. I'm tired and brain foggy. I did kind of get like kind of crappy sleep last night. Not terrible sleep, but just not entirely ideal. I was definitely in bed a little late to begin with. I do this, yeah. Eat big cats. I feel like there might be another particular reason I might be brain foggy, but I can't necessarily cover that on stream. But, yeah, so the cabinet should be simple to set up into what I want to do. Granted, I need systems that actually spawn them is a big thing. I do want to still, like, in general, the first thing I need to set up is actually knowing how I'm setting this object up. Now, I want to set up loot container placeholder cabinet. I'm then going to remember what positioning everything runs in. So this is forward, that's right. And so I want to place the object on this tile then. There's a reason for it. There's a very specific way in which I want to be doing this now. Move to view. Of course, I put it all the way over there. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Wait. Oh, that's right. I have to set this to global for it to allow me to snap to grid. There we go. Okay. Snapped to grid. Perfect. That's what we needed. So. And this is perfect. It's also facing forward. There's a reason that I want to set this up very specifically, and that's because I want to kind of have this integrated within the overall tile map system, which means, so the first thing is, it's all an integer-based tile set, or tile map. And the way that I want objects like this placeholder cabinet, we obviously want to place this against walls, right? You should go make coffee. Yeah, make coffee. I got my coffee. Bit of gas there. We obviously want to place this cabinet against walls. It would look kind of weird otherwise, right? So I want to have like a very specific kind of style designation. We want to be facing forward. We want the tile that it is focused on to be preferably the centermost tile. Granted, we don't necessarily have to, because what we can do is I would actually rather have it be the bottom leftmost tile that is indicated, because we do have functions for rotating rect 2Ds, or rect ints, I should say. Rectangle, integer, the struct that Unity gives us. We have a bunch of functions for that. In fact, in case you didn't notice, in fact, let me flip scenes again. Wait, no, we're on sample scene. I want to flip to level gen test. Guess we'll save. In case you didn't notice, we now have rotated rooms here. As you can see, this, I believe it was actually previously looking like this is the diagonal hallway. And now we have another diagonal hallway that can be rotated. In fact, so it is still very jank because unfortunately Unity was giving us an absolute dog shit annoying bit of problems. I wanted it to be on validate, but unfortunately it was just being an absolute fucking nightmare with us when we're trying to do things on validate. And the documentation was not helpful in figuring out a alternative to what we were doing. So unfortunately, I do have to go, like, I have to type in the rotation and then click rotate. I have to click it because otherwise it's just doesn't want to work with us. It complains and it fires a crap ton of errors into the console. It makes a mess all over the place. Because we're trying to edit transform hierarchies in onValidate, which it just does not like doing. So that's annoying. So I had to make it a button to rotate it. Yeah, so now I can rotate them. Yeah, you can probably only rotate it by multiples of 90 degrees, that is correct. And I have functions for that specifically. If I go look at... I might have closed it. Probably did. It's probably actually in TG level gen. which is down here. Geometry extension. We have some extension methods called integral rotate 90 around point. This allows us to rotate vector2 ints as well as, by extension, rect ints, as well as our special triangle ints. I don't know why I had to make this a extension method other than the fact that it's also using an extension method in and of itself. Because the triangle int is rstruct, and this is what we use for doing the diagonals in a what's the word I'm looking for? Brain fart. In an efficient, a data efficient way, essentially. We can see it going on actually in the level here on these diagonal hallways. I'm not sure if I showed off the triangles on stream. No, yeah, I didn't, because I was on hiatus when I did this. Yeah, so hang on, let me show you the triangle ints. So this has its own like custom editor handles. I'm very happy with how this came out. So I can click and drag on each of these to modify the positioning, or the size and the positioning. The center circle, which I need to move this circle, honestly. It needs to be in between here, but for now it's kind of just here. I can move this in order to move it laterally, and then this is a rotator that lets me rotate the triangle. So that's fun. And it's because I resized it. There we go. And also just kind of give you an idea of other things with this room editor. So if I come up here to the prototype builder, I can click add room. So now I have a new room over here. I do need to set something up to where like the room editor has its own handle so that I can kind of just switch off these tools, because otherwise this tool gets in the way of the handles. And I can have this load a layout. Let's take 30 by 30 plus. And we click load from target. And there's our layout. And as you can kind of tell, we have these rectangles. And I can also edit these rectangles. And this just represents an entire section of one tile type, which is floor. And so this is the editor for layouts. So if I make a change here, I can go here, and I click Save to Target, it'll validate the layout, and then send that data into this room layout info object, which is then saved in the project here in Infos Level Gen Room Layouts. That's that system. And then so that's kind of the idea behind these triangle integers, or these triangle object editors, the editor tile triangle. The way that it works is that, you know, it's obviously showing the actual in-game diagonal, but what's actually going to happen is that each of these tiles that have half of the thing on it and half empty will be a diagonal wall tile. And the thing is that, like, part of the reason why this triangle is a thing is because if I did this with the tile boxes, I would need a tile box for each single one of these walls on this long diagonal. That sucks. So that's why the tile triangles are here. The way this works is that, you know, that diagonal will be the diagonal walls, and then all of the other tiles in this triangle will be floors. And that kind of also helps with figuring out what the most efficient packing will be when the game goes to generate the actual room mesh for these. Which, by the way, I don't remember if I showed that on the stream or not. I gotta remember like how much of this I've actually, you know, done on hiatus and off hiatus, honestly. I was on hiatus like start or middle of August, right? So if I scroll through here, well, that was there. September. Yeah, okay, so you guys haven't seen the level gen stuff then. Welcome to the level gen stuff. Yeah, so if I actually go ahead, let me show this off. Let me show this off, honestly. I'm gonna click build level, and then I'm gonna hit pause. So I clicked build level, and it built each of these rooms. Level gen stuff, crazy. Build me. And this is a cool system because, so you might be able to guess from what each of those white boxes are. The game has automatically generated the nav mesh agent navigation meshes for each of these rooms. So actually, if I go ahead and turn on this, I can click on show nav mesh. Unfortunately, it is still generating it on the ceiling. I can't get it to stop doing that, but it is also generating. And actually just show height mesh and not nav mesh so that it's not clipping and being ugly. But it's generated nav meshes for each of these rooms automatically. It is surprisingly fast at doing so, I've noticed. So that's pretty cool. But also, yeah, unfortunately it's still doing it on the ceiling. I don't know how exactly to stop that. The reason that's happening is because if I actually click on one of these rooms, it is also automatically generating collision for these rooms, as you can kind of see. Right now, it is just, you know, I put a bunch of collision boxes. If I go look at generate room collision, you can see each of these boxes that has been generated for the room. And of course, the piece de resistance, the renderer itself. So I want to see if I could, like, I'm gonna, like, move this room, even though that sucks. It's probably gonna break something, but it's fine. I'm gonna move this room out of the way just to kind of isolate it. So this entire renderer has been generated at runtime. It doesn't have a ceiling, but I'm hoping not to need that. I might still set up a ceiling later on, specifically for certain scenes are probably going to need me to actually make a ceiling for them. And, like, boss intros, I think I'll probably need that. But yeah, this is a dynamically generated mesh. It is entirely dynamically generated. If I go ahead and click on wireframe, you can see that basically the game kind of does a bit of optimization to pack in a bunch of polygons. And you might notice that there's like certain, let me turn off the grid so that you can see this a little bit better. There we go. You might notice that there's like the edges against here are different polygons than the rest of the room, and that is an intentional design because I have this fake ambient occlusion shadow at the edges of the rooms. And I'm pretty happy with how that came out. I need to come back through and make it so that it does still generate an AO shadow at the, whatchamacallit, where the doors are. In the doorway, it needs to generate an AO shadow, but I also need to kind of set some other things up. There's a lot of funky shader trickery going on here to make this work. I'm pretty proud of it, if I do say so myself. And yeah, and the walls also automatically generate themselves too. This took quite a bit of time. So I had to really kind of lock in and figure out all of the like rules as to how walls are allowed to spawn so that I could define how to, like, figure out what each of the different types of walls are going to look like and what the generation for them is going to look like. That took a while, but, you know, there's lots of stuff that I did to kind of help myself out with that. And what else? And obviously I do also have a system that's generating these doors. It's still the same door placeholder that I had from before. Which, annoyingly, it does kind of show up outside if you, like, walk to the edge of the room. And I do need to figure out a way to fix that. Which I don't know for sure what that's going to be at the moment. I might just set something up to where, like, each door has a kind of a double-sided renderer, so I can disable the side of the renderer that's against a different room. Maybe. But yeah. And yeah, so obviously, as you might notice, it is specifically generating this layout, and that is a temporary thing. The idea is that once I have everything else kind of situated and the rest of the gameplay is functional, I need to work on actual procedural generation. Where I want to have a system that will designate, it'll like choose rooms and then place rooms wherever it can. It'll try to link up other rooms with rooms. It will also generate, it'll like generate little extensions in a room to be able to kind of just barely link it up with another room, so that we can get more kind of that interplay. One of the big, like, gameplay functions later on is that I want to be able to have patrols that can spawn and move through rooms. And then if you walk into a room that the patrol is in, then you actually fight the patrol. I want to do something like that, and in order to do that, I need to make sure that, like, there's plenty of rooms connected to each other to where they can move around kind of pretty functionally, because they can only move through certain rooms. The idea will be that, like, for example, I can't have an encounter in this room. This is too small. I can't have an encounter in this room. This is too small. But I can definitely have an encounter in this room, even if this room isn't an encounter room. If it's a treasure room, and the player's already been through here, yeah, I could theoretically have some enemies that spawn in there. Specifically, if it's a patrol. That's kind of the idea. Another thing, obviously, is keycards. I want one of the big selling points that I want this game to have is just, like, the pathfinding and navigation aspect of it, where you're trying to get, you know, keycards, like, you know, a very, like, old school Doom kind of thing. You want to find the keycards so that you can move through more of the level. Type of deal. There's going to be secret rooms that you can find by interacting with certain things and solving certain puzzles. And so in order for all of that to work, I need a really robust layout generation system. And that's exactly why I'm trying to make a bunch of these different kinds of room shapes and designs and hopefully themes, so that I have more things for the eventual level generator to be able to go off of. And also just in general, so that I can make these, you know, prototype room layouts to show what the game might look like once I have more of that set up to where it can actually run on its own. But until then, I think that's all I wanted to show off with that. That's like the one thing that I should have shown it off on my first Thursday back from hiatus. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm proud with how it's come out, and it's modular. So like right now, when I build this level, all it is just like flat walls and then flat floors. However, the scripts are built in such a way that brain fart. Scripts are built in such a way that the Scripts are built in such a way that the things that are generating the renderer stuff is modular and can be inherited from with new scripts that have different behaviors for the level generation that I wanted to be able to do. Like, actually, so if I go floor decorators, so I've got CP Orange floor decorator, I have the CP Orange no shadow, which I'm using for another thing, and then I've got the office carpet. Let me actually try and set up a new room theme to get this to work. Because I had it working for the other plus, but I've gotten rid of that. There's a 40 by 40 plus room layout, but I realized that 40 by 40 is actually too big of a room size for an encounter. So what I'm gonna need to do is need a room theme. And then I have to take this room theme and basically just add another element to this. Set this to 30 by 30 plus. We do have the same floor override. I need a better editor for this in general. But for now, it's kind of functional enough, right? So I think what I need to do is... Alright, you have a good night, Code Kid.
Headpats incoming.
Thank you for headpats. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm setting up custom behavior for this room based on the theme that it is going to use. So I want to be able to set this up with... Yeah, let me look at this real quick. Yes, I think I need like -9. -9, -9. And then I think 18, 18. Hopefully that's correct. Did I have a wall override in the other one? I didn't. Interesting. Oh wait, that's right, we have the default wall decorator in this one, so it'll all be the other wall. Alright. I think this room theme is already set up on the campaign info being used by this level, so we should see, if I click build level, it did not work. Why didn't it work? This is a 30 by 30 plus. Set up with that. Is it missing? No, room themes, element 0. Room theme debug test override floor. Do I need to specify it? Not sure why it's not working here. Hold on, let me try something. Sanity check. Add room. Go ahead and give us the 40 plus. Load from target. We don't even really need to connect this. So I'll just slap it there. And then build level. Yeah, see, that works. It's still doing that. So it works on that. The 40x Combat Plus loaded correctly. So why is this not set up? Oops. I need to duplicate that. Why are you not selecting that theme for the 30 by 30 plus? So that's you, right? For the 30 by 30 plus. Why is that not working then? Why do I get the feeling it's keeping something that should not be serialized? Are you serializing something that should not be serialized? There's this layout dictionary. So you can forcibly generate layout dictionary. Oh, we're not force rebuilding it, I think. Which is a problem specifically for us here, I think. Alright. Not a big problem. Not a big deal. Let's see if we can set that up. I think right before here, I'm going to do level info. Generate layout dictionary and force rebuild. That should work. I thought that because we're restarting the game, or that we're restarting the play mode, that it should be nullifying all of the, like, non-serialized private variables. But for some reason, it's serializing the variables that I told it not to fucking serialize, I think. I think that's what's fucking going on here. I told them not to fucking serialize this, somehow they're serializing it. And so it's like staying set up that way, which is really annoying. If we click build level, there we go. Cool. So, I had to show off the other thing that is currently set up, and that is that if I go ahead and turn this invisible so that we don't see that all over the floor. I have a thing here now. The center here has been overridden with this carpet texture. And also all of the walls are now this other type of wall. And this is all still very simple, right? This is still flat wall, flat floor. Well, these are all defined by, go to data infos, level gen. These are still determined by floor decorators and wall decorators. And the fun thing about these is that these are pseudo-abstract. These are base classes that have a default behavior, which is just to generate flat walls. But there are functions that are all virtual and are extensible so that I can have other walls that do other things, such as adding windows or adding supports automatically or any other stuff that I want to do. Granted, there's a lot of other things that are going to be handled kind of by room themes, where it could be like, you know, if I want to place like cork boards or other sorts of props, I might have a room theme handle that. But a wall decorator can handle things such as adding windows or adding supports or having a wall design that isn't flat. That's the idea. So I think even if I go in and I look and I go create toaster gun infos, and I go look at level gen. So there is a category for wall decorators. Right now, the only entry in there is single material flat, which is what we've been seeing. And the idea is that, like, when I add more wall decorators that do different things, then I can have more entries here. And yeah. And like I said, it generates that mesh entirely at runtime. And it does kind of optimize it as best as it can, as best as I can. Because I did basically just, it does not necessarily do it the best way. Because in theory, if you wanted it to be, like, super optimized, then you would actually have to kind of, like, make it an actual mesh where everything is connected. However, it is not set up that way here. Instead, it is, each of them is kind of just their own separate quad, essentially. And they're not all connected. You might have actually noticed that when I was showing off the wireframe for it. They're not all connected. And I don't really see a whole huge reason to do so. Some parts of it are connected, but the floor definitely isn't. And again, that's mostly just like a somewhat of an optimization thing, which is just that to cut down on how many polygons I'm having to draw, it just makes those quads, and that's it. It makes quads that are big enough to fill up the entire space with whatever it needs, and then calls it a day. There's the occasional situation in which it's not as efficient as it could be. So, for example, an area like this could go with just one rectangle here, and then one rectangle here, one rectangle here. But what we saw earlier is that it made one rectangle that was all of this area, and then it made this section, and then the rectangle in front of the door. Which is only really missing one quad, though. In general, in a lot of my, like, testing and figuring out how I wanted to do things, it seemed like my solution of just, greedy filling the next square seemed like it was fine enough. And so that's how I do it now. So yeah, but that's all me getting slightly sidetracked. Let's get some other things done. Yeah, and then so the idea behind the layout system is that I can specify regions in which I can change what wall renderer is being used or what floor renderer is being used, and then it goes and respects that, and it generates separate quads for those areas with the different renderer, or not renderer, but different materials or whatever. It still pushes everything into the same object. In fact, actually, if I go ahead and click play, and I click build level, and I go over here, I go to this guy, and I click on their procedural generation renderer, it's one renderer with 4 materials, but it is one renderer. It does still mean that there's 4 draw calls because of the 4 materials, but like, that's still definitely fantastic on its own. And again, worst case scenario, I can have a wall renderer or wall decorator that can like push objects into the secondary like decorator transform if need be. So I do need to set that up. If you remember from last week's stream, I found out that the dead bodies, so if we are...
That's incoming.
Thank you, Fedpat. Yeah. If you remember from last stream, the dead bodies were kind of just sitting in this room, and then when we were in the top left corner of this room, we were able to see those bodies on the floor, even though the room was unloaded. That is a thing that I need to fix. So I need to set something up to where objects can be added to the renderer's transform whenever we want them to get disabled when we move away from it. Skyrim's dead NPC's disposal cell. I'm not sure if that's the correct analogy, but that is a funny statement for sure. No, it wasn't that. It's that the enemies were in this room, and then we killed them, and they leave their bodies on the ground when we kill them, because I still don't have a system in place for disposing of dead bodies yet. I still need to get that done. And then we walked into this room, and then this room turned its renderer off, but the enemies were still there. And because they weren't, or the bodies were still there because they weren't actually, like, parented to anything anymore, because they're physics objects, and I didn't want them parented to something that would fuck up the physics objects. Therefore, it was, you could just see them there, because the collision still stayed loaded. That's kind of an intentional design. Which I do still need to set that. I need to make that a bug report on my Trello. I need that to be... Get out of the way. I'm trying to go over here. Bug. Shooting through walls should not... Or shooting through walls works. We need to fix that. For sure, because we don't want something to get fucked up because the player is able to shoot into another room. Which, granted, again, like, most things that we would be worried about that doing shouldn't be active. Keyword should. Except it might be. No, yeah, because if a room has been entered before, then we don't disable the entire room. And therefore, the player would be able to shoot at things in another room. Which would be not good. Main thing we probably have to do is just do like a raycast from eyes to the muzzle to find out if the muzzle is poking through something. and then hit that instead. Now, if the eyes are poking through an enemy, we'll still let the muzzle do whatever it wants, because that's just like engagement range. Sorry, you're using a long rifle in close quarters. That's just your problem. That's just your fault. But if we have the player like mash their face up against a wall, we should definitely have it say like, no, you can't shoot through that. That would be an important thing to fix. But that's not what we're doing today. What we're doing today is loot. Let's go back to our sample scene, because that's kind of the... This has been my pseudo-zoo. It's not a great zoo. It's like half-functional most of the time. Player, I've considered not doing that. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to take a break and go to the bathroom. It might take me a while, because I have to do the long bathroom thing. So we will run an ad break. I will also drop in like some Titan Blades. I keep forgetting that I need to be doing Titan Blades whenever I do BRB. So let's be right back. I return. I am sorry for how long that took. I also had the toilet clog on me too, so I had to fix that as well. So, okay. Back to getting things done. So, I started working on new object here, the container underscore placeholder cabinet. So, it's going to have a number of things. The first thing I'm going to want is we're going to create empty. I'm going to call this targetable hull. This is a component that we need. I need a box collider on this one. Normally we've been doing like capsules and spheres, but this actually could probably go with a box collider. In a cargo box collider. I could probably actually end up using itself as the actual target position. Let's reduce our target snap. I could actually make it just the entire thing size, honestly. Let's go with 0.5 in the z-axis and 2 in the x and y-axis. And then I'm just going to push the thing back 0.25. Alright. And that should be all we need. Because what's actually going to determine how we interact with it is another thing here being called Interact Collider. Actually, I do need to make sure targetable hull needs to be on auto target hull layer. That's an important thing. The entire placeholder cabinet. Do I put this on field entity? That's the question. As it stands, I think at some point we're going to end up having all of these on each of their own things. Just got to show that off, the field entity and darkened level VFX system that I have going on. Might have been able to catch it earlier. But I might be able to show it off right here. I'm going with, we'll make it a field entity. Actually, I'm going to also take this targetable hull. I'm going to duplicate this and make this collision. This will be what the player actually walks into, therefore I am going to make this level collision. For now, that's going to be all we need to do. I could add some more dynamic collision by like placing a collider that only blocks bullets on the doors, because putting an actual like player blocking collider on the doors is asking for trouble. Anybody who's been in like glitch hunting and speedrunning can tell you that doors with collisions are always a problem. Look at good old Secret of the Mimic with the lockers that you can try and hide in, and then you can get out and then walk back into it, and it just pops you right up, and you can go out of bounds. Fun stuff. Okay, so yeah, we got the collider, inner collider. We actually do need to set this up. So it needs to be a box in a cargo box, and we can place that right about there. should be good. And then I set that to interact trigger. Which I believe means it needs to be a trigger, I think. Maybe. I can go look at the door real quick and find out. Is trigger. Yep. This needs to be is trigger. What other components do I need? I think that should be it. Actually, there is one thing that we're missing. First of all, I need to make this prefab. Because I'm about to do something that's gonna kind of necessitate that this is standardized across all of its instances. And I need to sneeze. Bleh. 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 Alright, I need a folder. I'm gonna call this loot containers. If I can type it all. There we go. So I'm making this prefab. Here's the reason for that. A little confused there as to why I was blue for so long. Reason for that being, I need an animation. I'm going to create an animator on this. Making a new folder here called placeholder anim. And let's call this placeholder cabinet idle. Yeah, and it created the controller called placeholder cabinet. Perfect. I should probably make sure that these doors are named. Door left, door right. That way the animation titles aren't weird. And then all I really need to do is... apparently I need to click preview so that this is actually active. Add key. Add key. That's all I need for that. And then create new clip. Place holder cabinet. Open. I could get a little Fortnite-y shake, but I kind of don't want to. I was saying, like, when it opens up, it, like, rocks the thing back and forth. That's kind of Fortnite-y. It's a bit of game juice, but it's kind of not necessary. The only thing I really need to do is the following. So, preview. Actually, I can go ahead and hit record. Add in a key for both of these. I think on frame 10 is when we want this to then swing open. Want to open slightly more than it needs to. So negative 120. I don't know why the grid-based thing is a little bit funky. That's fine. And then on frame 20, we have it go back to 105. It's kind of rubber band back into position. Like that. That's always satisfying to see. And we don't really need to add a closed animation. All we need to do is actually just come up to placeholder cabinet open and turn off loop. You can probably also turn off loop on the idle. Is not necessary. So now it does that. Also, I might actually want to move where the loot spawn is. I was thinking I wanted the loot spawn to just be on the interrupt collider, but then I realized that that's going to be running up against the collision for the rest of the thing. And I don't want to have, like, custom collision for it. So for that, that means I'm just going to create an empty here. I'm going to call this loot spawn point. I'm actually going to have it be at like 0.75. And then 1 meter up. And that should be good. Actually, I'll probably move to like 0.8. The items themselves have a pretty big collider to them, I think. I'm actually just going to go ahead and throw it there. As part of the style guiding, there is no situation in which we will have a 1 meter wide hallway. Therefore, this should be fine. It's always going to be 2 meters at minimum. And I mean minimum. A very, very tight minimum. Generally speaking, rooms should not have 2 meter hallways, but they can if it makes sense for the type of room. But like a combat room is definitely not going to have 2 meter wide hallways. There's like certain situations in which I've allowed for there to be a 1 meter like gap, but not in not like a passage that is 1 meter. There's lots of like very specific rules I've had to design over time to figure out exactly how the level generation system is going to work. So if I go over here, and for some reason I'm not seeing my stuff again, and I go to level design planning, let's see, where did I put it? Tile placement legality, aka the absolute truths of the generator. And I had to figure out all of the rules on exactly how tiles can generate in a room. Or how tiles should be in a room, I should say. Because technically speaking, what's going to happen is their layouts that are kind of static in and of themselves. The game can generate small extensions to a layout in order to hook them up with another room. However, it's supposed to be set up like this for now. So, lots of different little rules that I had to develop over time. And part of what helped me set up those rules was using fucking Minecraft. Just like having a basic. Actually, I was just using Catball Craft's pack for a while, but I think in the future, if I need to figure out more stuff about the level gen system, I'm just gonna go over and make a custom instance that's going to be literally just create mod and the create Copycats Plus mod, because Copycats Plus has the diagonal walls, which literally that's what this game has. It has the diagonal walls. Wow, that's a thing that this game does, and therefore that's why I was using that mod pack for that. Because Copycats Plus is in Catball Craft, which I don't know if I don't know when I'm going to be going back to Catball Craft. I do think I want to get back to Catball Craft, but there's just a lot of stuff going on with the Minecraft modding scene right now, and I don't want to deal with it. Like, create mod is still in and of itself just in a wonky place right now. We still haven't gotten a whole lot of updates on whether or not we're getting Steam and Rails for 1.21.1. It seems like they might be moving on to later Minecraft versions, which, like, whatever. Good luck with that, I guess, guys. Like, woof. Anyways. So, I think we have all of the parts that we need. At least in terms of, like, these objects. Now I need to actually add the components that we need. So I'm going to back out of here, because I do kind of want to remember how to do some of the stuff. Hide the player HUD. Tired of clicking on that by accident. Ooh, excuse me. Right, so the interact trigger is up top, but I don't think the interact trigger has to be up top. Let me actually go find prefabs, items, weapons. Oh, that's right, I have to go here. Which actually, I need to get rid of these folders because these are not necessary anymore because we have the item equipable weapon system that will just generate it for us. So I need to go through and get rid of those, I think. Yes, the item equipable weapon itself is an item at the base. Then it has interact mask. Below that, interact trigger. This has the environment interactable on it. Okay, so that's kind of what I wanted to look at. So interact collider. I'll let the environment interactable on you. We need to fill out things on that, therefore I need to come up here. You are now an interact loot container. That's right, you know what else we need to do? You're not helpful. I need to open you up. So I believe the way that it works is that it's a Boolean. Yeah, animator.setBool. So come in here, you need to create a bool called open. And then we make transition here. This has a condition, open to true. Settings. This does not have an exit time. Has a transition duration of 0. Make them both set on that. Not that we really need to worry about this, but just in case. Actually do want like one. The condition being open false. We're just going to use like a transition duration because of the fact that we don't have a closing animation. And that cannot be interrupted. In fact, next state is what the interruption source should be. Actually, I guess we can't set that up that way. Okay. So that should be it. Keyword should. Yeah, so your controller is placeholder cabinet. Alright, that means I can target this animator. It will call the open bool whenever we open this cabinet. That will just play a little open animation that we set. Drop target will be the loot spawn point. Interactable, we have it right here. Now that we have that set up, I can tell it that the interact handler is not the transform. How do I do that again? Hang on. Let me click properties on you. Just make this a separate window. That way I can open this up and specifically drag the interact loot container in there. This also handles the prompt. Oh, I don't think I have localization stuff for this right now. You know what else? Hang on. I forgot I have a decorator for this. Localization reference attribute. But that's not valid for that. There we go. So now I'll be able to fill this in and see it show up there. I don't think I have updated this. Can use open. The generic interact open should work. But I need a thing here. So let's do some localization. Been a hot minute since I opened this. Alright. I guess theoretically this might actually be in texts and effects. I might have started writing things in primary category or primary gameplay, but maybe I didn't. So you have the vendor types. Room entities. Terms room entities. I think the intention was to put it there. I think it was. Yeah, I think it makes sense for it to be here, honestly. It might need... I doubt it needs reference from anything else. Alright. We'll keep it in room entities. I'm going to name this loot container supply closet. Why not fill out the pirate version? Stash cupboard. So I might have a different set, honestly. I'm gonna open this and then go to text and effects. Oh, that closes that. Whatever. Ah, I see what that idea is then. Extend that a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna set it up like that. So come down here. Actually, you know what? So I'll keep this in terms of room entities because this will be like a category loot container. Well, we actually leave stash cupboard here. Actually, let's just call it container. That'll be the category of item that it is. But then I'm going to go to text and effects. Do a new page, which unfortunately goes up here. It will be under information, but it'll be loot containers. There we go. I'll actually keep it as stash cupboard in the pirate speak. And then like another one will be the breakables. I didn't mean to open that, but that's fine. Funny name for the pirate speak. Play Parchment Cube. Someone's gonna have questions about that. Alright. What other things are we missing, actually? Also, I can set the targetable hole. Never mind, I can't. Targetable hole. Target position yourself. Even though I don't think target position gets used on interactable. This is primarily for telling the player's gun where to aim, and you can't aim at this. Because we don't have an entity health. But this is the collider. In a cargo box collider. And negative, actually 0. I don't remember exactly what priorities are supposed to be to what. Alright, now I can set the targetable hull. Faction info, actually. So, I don't have the, I don't have big tech on here yet. Is big tech in the localization? Which actually, I didn't set up the localization. Let me fix the localization. I might need to move this. You guys are going to see blurred screen for a second. That's because I don't remember where this is going to go. I also did not check which one I'm on. I'm on text and effects. Thankfully, it did go exactly where I wanted it to be, but... Replace. And then let's also update primary gameplay. There we go. Those are done. Let's go over and get those updated. Alright. Effects and text first. Why did you go here? Import success. Cool. Then we do primary gameplay. And import success. Cool. So now I should have that. I have a duplicate here by accident. Should probably fix that. It's actually not a duplicate, it's that the crafter long, I didn't change the name correctly. I'm not even sure if that's going to be the skill that KT gets in the final game anyways. Alright, go to infos, entity data, I need new faction info. Hopefully I should have the localization for this. Big Tech. Faction name localized. Turns faction names Big Tech. Cool. We have that. Big Tech Corporation. The faction icon small is that. Cool. I have that all good to go. So now I can go back to you. Set your faction icon to Big Tech. So you're set up. You seem to be set up. Oh, you know what? We are missing something. We are missing... There we go. It's entity drop table. That's what we're missing. Alright, and the drop table will actually have it kind of fill itself out. I think it's gonna be what we end up doing with that. Do you have a drop position? Oh, wait. Does this set it for us, then? Drop target. Does actually have a set drop position method. I probably added that recently. Yeah, so... So probably go ahead and set that just in case. I wonder if there was a reason I wanted to set that up. You know, I am noticing here, though. Let's go ahead and open up Entity Drop Table. Remember how this works. So how does drop radius factor into this? Oh, interesting. So do you give it a random rotation here? Does do spawn jump work on our like current? Ugh. No, it does not. Okay. Let's set something up here. Where does that actually get that from? Oh, I see what it's doing here. Okay, interesting. Which is strange. Real quick, vector 3 direction will be a parameter now. And then, oops. We'll have another one that just has the lateral radius. In fact, we don't need this because I'm going to do this. just going to take this thing where I was generating a random direction, and that will be the direction. And then lateral radius. There. So now I'll be able to specify a direction. And then so we can take this entire thing actually real quick do if direction magnitude greater than 0, then we will normalize the vector just in case. Awesome. Okay. Now I'll go back to... I don't currently have it set up. You have to re-click on it. Oh, entity drop table is pinned. I just couldn't see it because I have too many fucking things pinned. Ooh, excuse me. That's a bit of gas. Okay, so now what I need to do, I'm going to have a new field here. I'm going to call it drop angle randomization. By default, it will be 360. So enemies and breakables will spawn it in a way that goes all around. And as such, we want to do... Does this need to be a seeded random? I might make it a seeded random. There isn't really a good reason to make it a seeded random. No, there is a good reason to make it a seeded random. That's mostly just so that, like, it's, like, tassable. That's kind of the entire idea, is if it's tassable. My captions is given up. Oh well. Excuse me. Now granted, this is still going to be going off of a float, which I'm always going to be a little iffy on, but it should be fine. So what we're going to do is... does actually mean that like it would be preferable for that to be an integer. Another thing that could be done. Again, I don't trust Unity's. Actually, yeah, no, that's not a big deal. I don't trust Unity to always convert floats on every platform correctly, but at the same time, I don't think I need to have like task level parity of game mechanics between console and PC is like the big thing, or just like, you know, I can see it with Linux and Windows, but anyways, I love how I open up Game Random Handler and it's right on here where I'm talking about me having trust issues with floating point number calculations. Okay, so I think what I'm going to end up doing is, let's have, right below get pseudo random value, I'm going to start a new method. Public static float get pseudo random float. String seed key. Theoretically, we don't even necessarily need that either. Instead of doing this, you know what I should do? I mean, like, it would be good to have this as a codified system, but also it's kind of basic, and so all I really want to do... Ooh, I did not mean to close that. Oh well. All I really need to do is int seed equals get... We don't have... Oh wait, no, that's right. We don't have game random handler. Fuck. Using toaster gun pseudo random. Game random handler. Yeah, get pseudo random seed. Actually, you still need to have like a seed for that. Let's call it something like physics. Put it right down here. Physics key. Such as loot fountaining, I'm gonna call it for now. This is basically loot fountaining that we're using it for right now, so. Alright, and so the key will be game random handler. Common keys. Physics key. Oh, that's right. It needs to be a uint. And then we go random. And then we set the random seed to seed in Unity. Seriously? Whatever, okay. Random.state? Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. We will simply just do it live. Change this into an integer. For now. Game random handler. Get pseudo random value. The seed will be game random handler. Common keys. Physics key. Means you can get rid of this line now. And the max value should be drop angle randomization. Technically speaking, if we feed in an odd value for this, then it will be, like, biased in one direction, and honestly, fine. But what we want to do is, I should go up here and have a private bool drop angle directional. It is false by default. Alright, and then we have, first of all, quaternion, item, quaternion. Actually, let's do rand quat equals quaternion Euler 0 angle seated minus drop angle randomization divided by 2 and 0. You'll have another one that will be quaternion Drop rotation. We're going to set it to identity at first. If drop angle is directional, then drop rotation will instead be set to drop position, which is a transform, rotation. We'll get the global rotation here too. Yeah, world space rotation. I think that's what we want to do. Oh, let's also do, like, Vec3 FWD drop will be vector 3 forward. If drop angle directional, then we instead set forward drop to drop position forward. Cool. And then I believe then what we want I figure out how to do this. I can easily do this. For this, all we need is forward drop. Well, no, that's right. I need to put the quaternion first for some bizarre reason. Rand quat. That should work. Then the rotation here. We want to have the item face the same direction. In order to do that, I think all I really need is drop rotation times rand plot. That should be it. Keyword should. Okay. So now should allow those values to work. Keyword should. You can actually specify those values up here. We're going to leave the drop table blank because we want to have another function set the drop table. And we're actually going to set the drop radius to 1. The drop angle is directional. The randomization will be 14. I think that's going to be how we set that up. Actually, set to 30. Yep. Okay. And that handles that. In fact, something else I am going to need to do is at some point, entity drop table needs to be set up with a system to where this would be like the reference to the static drop table reference, but then I could have a system where I can have another script modify the drop table for this item specifically, and then so it becomes, you know, sort of like materials in Unity, where if you modify a material, it creates an instance of that material. I want that to be a thing that you can do with entity drop tables. That's going to be important for a certain thing. The thing is, this is currently private set. As such, we need a method to set it. Let's set that up. Public void set drop table. Drop table info. Drop table. We shouldn't call this like set shared drop table. So in the future, we would have this method clear whatever modifications have been made. Okie dokie. So now I can come into here. This does reference its own drop table. In fact, I will probably make it a serialized field so I can still set that directly. And then I have a method on the container itself. It's drop table info. Drop table. Set shared drop table to that. So that can then be done through there. That way, when we're spawning an interactive loot container, we don't need to find the entity drop table on it. We just call that method. However, if I do systems that will modify the drop table and do things like add a keycard drop, that's probably still going to end up being done through the entity drop table. This is more or less just a convenience function so that we don't have to put that in there. Okay. And then we gotta figure out what the fuck we're doing with actually putting it down. That's all well and good, but how do we actually determine when to place it? Go into my level design planning document and try and figure things out. It's for storage room. Okay, so I forgot that I kind of wanted it to be specific to, like, the theme of the room. So that really is a question of how that's being set up. Idea is that, like, the different tiers of room should be determined by the key card that's locking it. But currently I don't have a system for that, because, like, I obviously want to make sure that the theme matches the type of room. Or I just don't. Or I just do tiers and let it be. I might just do that. Rather than doing this stuff, I'd rather just have a set of loot tables. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to theme these, but... Trying to think of how we're going to set this up. I'll take a look at that later. Okay. I might need it to be its own data object. Probably doesn't need to be in level gen. It's probably actually just items. So where do I have drop? Where do I have drops? Where's the drop table info? Oh, it's in enemies for some fucking reason. That should not be there, honestly. I should just have that in items. I could also just make it part of the campaign info as well. Let me actually go look at something real quick. That's a thing that I just realized where else I have this stuff figured out. It's the level design Trello card here. The steps. This is still all within that. The weight rules. Post-collapse steps within level gen. This will help me determine whether or not I need certain things in a level gen file, or a level gen assembly. Yeah, so we do assign tiers in the level gen assembly. But we don't set anything else up on that. If the storage room should be locked, make sure all doors are locked. Do you need to set up doors that are locked? But that'll be something we do later. That's something I should probably write in here. Don't... Actually... that should be fine. I was going to write that I shouldn't put high-tier storage rooms between... as like a required room between the spawn and the boss. Instead, I'm just going to make it so that when that happens, it'll just not lock it. Even though it should be locked, but the idea is that, like, sometimes they aren't locked, is kind of the deal. Okay, well... that'll probably be how I do it for now, then. For now, I think the idea is... I need to go up to campaign level info. And then I need... Down here, I want... Drop table info. And then I want storage room drop tables by tier. Or actually, you know what? I am gonna give it its own. I'm giving it its own thing. We're getting. I think we're calling this info syndrome, info object syndrome. Because I do want like 2 different types of containers to be in a storage room. So I could have like 1 or 2 containers that are supposed to have like weapons and contraptions and sometimes hop-ups. And then like smaller containers that can contain money, rations, and also hop-ups. I want hop-ups to be a little bit more common just because like they're a big part of the game and you usually want to put a lot of hop-ups on your good weapons. I was playing recently Tales and Tactics, and I just now realized that like the hop-up system is kind of like the items or the equipment in Tales and Tactics a little bit. Granted, you know, Tales and Tactics obviously has like the combining thing going on, and we don't really have something like that here. But it kind of feels like it's in a similar vein to that. However, you cannot actually sell weapons to pull items off of them. You can only either pay to pull the items off of them, or you do either a reforge or a mastery transfer. Will let you take the items off of it. Okay, and then... Oh, that's right. So now this needs to be changed to a scriptable object. You need a create asset menu. I need to go to you so that I can... Ooh, excuse me. Toaster gun infos. Does it need to be in level gen? Yeah, campaign level info is in level gen, so I will need to do it in level gen then. This is easier than me having to specify this per whatchamacallit. Why are you angry at me? Because it needs to be menu name. I'm gonna make it by default just storage room tables level 1. So I could make it so that like later in the run you can potentially get better odds at getting better items, potentially. But for now we're doing this, which is going to be set up like so. We need... The question is, do we still have the tiers? Do we have one info object per tier? Or do we have one info object per level and all of the tiers are in the one object? I think it's gonna be the other way, but I'm gonna do like a struct. I'm gonna do a public struct tier. This needs to be system.serializable, but of course we don't have system. And then we have drop table info, public drop table info. Actually, let's set this up the correct way. Primary table and a secondary table. You know what I will also do? Factor to int primary count range. Then secondary count range. Then we need accessors for all of these. Well, maybe we don't. Instead, I think I'm actually just going to do this. I'm going to do this the lazy way. I'm going to do this the lazy way. Does this automatically set it up? It does. Cool. Yeah, we're just gonna do that for now. I do need to make sure that each of these has field, though. Oops. Okay. We can also go ahead and just make a constructor real quick. That's not the button I wanted. Just in case. Okay. I think the idea is that there's 3 tiers of it, I'm assuming. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so then for that, let's do this the lazy way. Get private set. And there we go. We don't really need to broadcast to the player what the tier of a room is. And just find out for themselves, honestly. Okay. That should be all we need there. Then we go to campaign level info and make sure that that's value. So now we do storage room table info. And let's call it storage room loot tables. Okay. Excellent, click on something over there. And then we don't need a default for that. She's gonna go over here and make sure that there's equals new array of these. Do a semicolon there. Don't need that to be fixed for us. We can fill these in with null, and we just want to do the vectors. Well, there to be 2 to 3 primaries, and then 3 to 5 secondaries. Oh, wait. And then there's 3 tiers. But actually, we're going to do 1 to 2. The smaller ones can absolutely have fluctuation. All right. That'll be the idea. Let's go set up some loot tables. Oh, excuse me. Oops. Yeah, see, we got the drop table enemy minion in the correct place. Actually, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go be right back. I'm gonna run a ad break. Everybody else take a stretch break and go get your own bathroom. Make sure you refill your water and all of that. I should be drinking my water more often. So I'll go BRB. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Start setting this up. I think I have a lot of stuff in place already for what I want to do here. Probably could just duplicate the other one. So I'm gonna do SRT1 primary. Actually, let's do storage. If I can fucking spell. Storage T1 primary. Now I get to do drop tables. Anybody who's familiar with Minecraft modding should know kind of roughly how this is supposed to work. I did somewhat model it off of how drop tables work in Minecraft. Okay. I do have to kind of figure out numbers on this. I did put that... This does complicate things. I calculated out the money values for encounters based on how much I wanted the player to be able to buy it. The problem is I also did not factor into that equation the player going around and going through supply rooms. As it stands, we can continually kind of adjust things. I will say that, like, a standard encounter... Another thing is that we can actually kind of define this by what are we going to put in the secondaries. Storage T1 secondary. Right? So... there's going to be a singular... group for it. And actually, maybe a second group. I have a 20% chance in here to have money. And... actually, we'll actually have a second roll in there. Do I want it to be 10 money is the question. If I go look at, like, okay, so minions... get out of here. Minions normally drop 80 money. So then, if there's 3 to 5 of these, it makes sense for it to be 50. More like, no, yeah, because it's 20%. That means that it's like, you know, on average. Let's actually go with, like... let's actually make 3 entries here. And 50, 80, 120. And then we're going to have a 50% chance on this. We have to be careful about these because we don't have contraptions or hop-ups set up. In fact, I will need to probably set up some stuff for that before we can actually, like, test these. But a secondary should have... I should have it, like, 50% chance of spawning a ration, 20% chance of spawning a money, separate from those two. Wait, that's right. Ration... I don't have large rations in yet. I do need to set up large rations. So, value 2 is ration, or is large ration. I do need to make a large ration, otherwise it will crash. That's greater than 1, so 1 should be a small ration. And then... Which actually, I think that does mean... I think I do just want it to be... I think I want the money to be a separate one, and then 75% chance to drop this. And so it can drop money as well as the following. A ration, which I want to be weight 10. And core charge. I have to remember how core charge drop table works. Entry dot value. How does that work again? Is it just that's the value of core charges in the orbs? I think... Find out. I could go look for the core charge item itself. It'll be an entity. It'll be an item. Item core charge orb. Charge amount. Is this set by the spawn system? Player abilities gain core charge. It just immediately charge amount. No other calculations done there. Set charge amount, which is probably done by the thing. Yes, it is done by game spawn handler. Okay. Do you need to set up the refund orb spawning? I didn't do any documentation on core charge. It's annoying. Actually, I could probably go look. Base core charge required 1,000. Okay, so it's 0.1% per value. Got it. That's what I needed to know. 0.1% per value. So let's make it 5%, which will be 50. Actually, let's do like 30. Wait, 7 though. Actually, no, we'll do 50 since we're a chance for it to be a core charge. And then a chance for a hop up at weight 2. If we do 3, that means 20. So it's like 1.5 out of 10. It's like 15%. That's not bad. Minimum rarity 1, maximum rarity... We will not include legendaries in that. At least not in tier 1. And then a separate roll for money. Separate couple of rolls for money. Okay. So that gives us an idea of what the secondary loot is. So let's set up the primary. This is just for tier 1 though. We can have guaranteed drop of $100. And then I can actually go look at where our tiers were. Sometimes a contraption, sometimes a hop up. So I think the idea here would be 50% chance for 3 entries, which will be weapon, contraption, hop up. I just need to put extra weight on the hop up. I'm actually going to leave this across all rarities. I don't think value gets read from on this, I think. Hang on. Oh, no, that's right! The value is the level. I think. There's this relative level. Yes, we do want these to all be at 0. Granted, contraption hop-up, I think it's just straight up not used. It's just straight up not used. Got it. Yeah, contraption hop-up, it's unused. Weapon defines a generated base level weapon relative to the entity's own level. Interesting. Just gotta kind of check that. So, entity drop table. How do we drop a weapon from here? I don't think it's actually set up yet. Maybe. Yeah, because we create drop table results. And when we do weapons, we want to set this up. Which we do not currently have a system for it. Probably want to put in here int base level 1. That'll be for weapons. Actually, it should be just like base weapon level. Alright. I probably want to make sure that that gets gotten from somewhere. We can actually just call our level room status current room. So true or false for split money. So let's make a variable for that. We'll set it to true. Split money. And the base level, we will try and get our current room. If current room is valid, which I believe that should be set before that. Yeah. The current room is valid. Then we set base level to current room, room level. Add braces, and there we go. And then we put that there. Base level. Cool. That will allow that to work. So now we know that that's how that works. So I do want to make sure that that's set to 0 if I don't want it to be upgraded from the current level. Okay, so we're guaranteed to drop 100 money, even if we don't drop any of the other items. which I'm not super fond of. I think you should always get something useful out of a storage room. So here's what we're gonna do. I was gonna put like weight 10 on hop up. That means that like it's a 1/12 chance to get a weapon, 1/12 chance to get a contraption. Otherwise you get a hop up. I think that's fine. Okay. And then we need some tier 2 stuff. So in a tier 2 room, keep it as 100 money. But then we have equal chance for each. Yeah. And then a tier 3 primary. It's gonna be a little bit different. Here, we remove the hop up from here. Instead, add a separate group. Where we will have 3 rolls of 50% chance for a hop up. Storage tier 3 should also guarantee that the item coming out is uncommon. That's how we do that. Now let's set up the secondaries. Probably the same stuff for the first thing, but then slightly higher chance of a hop up. You can also put a separate chance for a large ration, but we do need to actually set up large rations first. Okay. Why not have tier 3 secondaries be basically the same as tier 2 secondaries? Slightly higher chance for a hop up, lower chances of large rations. Slightly lower chance of core charge. Cool. That's how we'll do that. I just realized I know what else we can use storage room table info for. So what I want to do with this is how do we run this? I want this to contain prefabs for loot containers, both normal loot containers and also breakables that can be a loot container. I could just set it up to so that it's just separate things for it. Public list of interact loop containers. Actually, no, that should be in the theme. That should be set up in the theme, actually. Room theme infos should have that. Alright. A list of interact loot containers. Loot containers.
Headpats incoming.
Yeah. Thank you, Amy. How Amy doing? You're working today, right? So you're still kind of dealing with work. And then eventually I'd probably put breakables here, but for now it's going to remain like that. You know what? Interact loop container should probably have something. That's going to be a vector2 int placement size. By default, we want that to be 1 and 1. Actually, you know what? I want this to be its own component because we want a lot of things to have this sort of functionality. So let's go to scripts, gameplay, entities, level. And tile set, placement. Or call this an info, but this won't be a scriptable object. Instead, this will be a component, I think. Probably actually put this in level gen. Even though it's not in the level gen assembly. If anything, all of the level gen stuff that's in the level gen assembly, like that should all be called map gen rather than level gen, but eh. That's caps lock. All right. Want serialized field public vector2 int placement size. It's gonna be like that actually because we want to do get that set. By default, we want this to be 1, 1. I should be able to do that. And for example, the very first thing that I think I wanted to be able to have on this is bool. Actually, instead of a boolean, I might make this a enum, actually. Hang on a second. this placement preference. None is the first value. Prefer wall. And require wall. So like prefer wall will try to place it against a wall, but if it can't, it's fine. Require wall means it has to place against a wall, otherwise it just won't spawn. And then we also want I think most things are actually gonna end up preferring wall just because that looks better. But there's another one that I want, and that's going to be... There's a couple that we want. Prefer table, which means it'll place on the floor unless it can find it. Unless it'll try to place on a table, otherwise it can place on the floor. Instead of require, I should just use only. So table only. I think that's it for that. And instead of calling this placement preference, we're actually just going to call it just preference, and then that way we can call this placement preference. It, oh, come on, should default to none. Alright, cool. So this can be used for, you know, loot containers. It can be used for breakables. It could also be used for any sort of other decoration prop. And it can also be used potentially for traps, because I do want to set up traps as well. And things like that. There's also, like, other interactable things that I want to set up. I think I probably actually set up in here is I'm actually going to have a boolean is table. Is false by default. That way I can, like, separately mark anything that we add that is a table and say, like, hey, here's potential table spawn positions. Oh, and also, another boolean to put is directional. True by default. False if we just always want it to point north. I could also just do an enum flag. Maybe. We should be able to place it against any rotation, I think. Actually, no. If we want to have, like, a painting, I kind of want paintings to only be on, like, north walls, because that's the easiest way to see them. So I might actually set that up. So, I don't know if I have another enum that's usable for this, so I'll just do this here. Public enum. direction flags. And this is going to be a flags enum. Fine, using system. There we go. Especially it won't be north, it'll actually be south. If we want it to put it on a south wall, means... Sorry, if we want to put it on a north wall, that means that we need to have it only allow south facing. Anyways, I don't know what 0 means in this context, but that's a context. Clockwise. So north, east, bit shift left. Should probably do this. South, bit shift 2, west, bit shift 3. All will be north, south, east, west, and then sides will be east, west, there we go. I probably do, now that I think about it, I probably do still want to make it so that doors are visible on their other side, even though it's out into space. Granted, the thing is that it'll be fine because I'm going to have a system where, like, when you haven't entered your room yet, it'll have like a specific field, like a fog of war effect that shows up in like the very entrance of the room when you walk up to the door. At which point, the door will look less odd floating in place. Less, keyword. Alright, and then direction flags, placement directions. Direction flags all. Cool. And it will just assume that the positioning of it is on the thing. I can also do, so on placement size, and then we're also going to do placement offset is 0 actually. So that's basically just the rectangle, the rect-int's position relative to the transform of the object. And again, the idea will be that when we rotate it, we want to corner rectify it. So, like, if we're rotating it to the left, then we actually want to push the origin to the right by 1 meter. If we're rotating it to the right, then we push it up by 1 meter. So on and so forth. Alright, so we can save that, and then go up to interact leak table, loop container, and then we can set that up. I'm going to call this tile set placement info. Oh, that's right. Hang on. It's in level gen, so we have to specify that. And then we do this tile set placement info, tile set placement. And then we can add in the serialized field attribute so that we can also set that on there. And that'll be how we run that. Yeah. 2 minutes. Check the group chat. I have a bunch of things. I can't catch up on these. I'm gonna placeholder one of my messages. Huh. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to look like that. Gosh, using the normal reload animations too. That's goofy. Oh god, it looks so weird doing the partial! Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Not even half as funny because the double barrel trigger worked. Oh, the double barrel trigger doesn't work anymore in the whatever new Warzone version it is. I'm assuming that's in Warzone because I think that's not available in Black Ops 7 proper, right? Excuse me. Oh, I thought you did. I could swear you said that you bought Black Ops. Oh, you know what? I was just thinking of you participating in the beta, I think. Okay, so... Dog will talk me on of it. Understandable. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, what I want to do is, now that I have that concept, I'm getting cheesed. I'm getting cheesed because I was questioning the empty... Dang it, I lost my cheese. There we go. Morgy. Alright. Do you have the system for adding or remove generic interactable? Oh, I didn't have anything else for the whatchamacallit. These aren't currently being used, and I think I added these specifically for that. What I can do is I can set up all the other things for it. So I have a list rect integers prop occupations. Relative positions are stored here to discourage enemies or other objects from being placed here. Relative positions. Okay. So then, what I want is place tile set object, which we're going to use tile set placement info. We're assuming the placement info is put onto the main transform. Oh, that's right. We also need vector to int relative position. Excuse me. And this is just going to just handle placing the thing. We're also going to assume that the origin point that we want is on the floor. As such, I'm going to do let's just create a rect here. I'm going to create a new rect int. And we know what the size is going to be, because it's going to be placement info, placement size. The other part will be we want relative position, and then plus the offset. I think. Or it'd be minus the offset. It's like, for example, if this actually had the transform on this tile, then the resulting rectangle is one to the left. I think it wants to be, the offset should be from the rectangles. Actually, I should probably have it be consistent with how Unity does its colliders, for example. So I think it should be like in order to push this collider back, you need to be minus. So we're pushing back the thing. Therefore, it should be -1x if we were doing that. So therefore, if we're placing it here, that means we move it forward. Okay, so yeah. So then we want relative position minus placement info offset. Actually, no. We're using this as the position in which we're placing the rectangle itself. The relative position, or sorry, the placement info offset should be used for dropping the actual object. So it'll actually be like this. It'll be, we add, might also need to set something up to where tables should be in a separate list, because I do still want to have like occupations on a table. Excuse me. Maybe. But then, like, I have to go back and make sure that enemies don't spawn on the table. That's the big thing I need to make sure of. I'm actually just going to go ahead and do that. So, table occupations. And then I do need to go back through and make sure that the encounter manager oh, cool. Yeah, so in that case, we could just do this. We just add room table occupations. Cool. So now, if placement info is table, and then we add it to the table occupations, else we add it to prop occupations. So if we need to place an object on a table, it still goes in prop occupations. And therefore, it will still block other objects from being put there. Table occupations should still block. It should block anything that is not able to be placed on a table. In fact, I should probably like expand the preference thing. Where like this, the default value should actually just be like floor only. So prefer table means that it can be placed on a table. But if it doesn't, if preferred table and table only will be the only props that can be placed on a table. Any of these others, we don't want to place on a table. I think that's going to be the way we do it. So I will need something in there to check how high of a table we're placing it on. We could also just, like, codify it that tables should always be 1 meter. Not all tables are 1 meter, but that's probably going to be how we end up codifying it. Meow. Carpet. Singer Protocol Benitez. How are you doing? Because I am tired. I actually go to the bathroom. Probably terrible timing, but oh well. Alright. So we add that there, and then what we want to do is... object trans equals placement info transform. You know, I probably don't actually need to do this, but the main thing that we want to do is actually we do need a couple. We do need this twice. One, I believe, is to add this to the room's renderer object because we want it to disable when we leave. Although I don't know if that's been set up properly. When you set room sleep, Captain Analytics Computer in school. Objects are trans. Yeah. I see, so we just do that. So here we're enabling and disabling the renderer itself. But what if instead I just disable the entire object? I feel like I can get away with that. I do know for sure that it's going to use the room renderer for other things. But in terms of enabling and disabling the component itself, or just enabling and disabling the object, I think disabling the object is fine. Let's do game object, set active to this entire expression. And from there, come back down here. But because we're doing that, we can even do local position on the transform. And I believe that should set it to the correct position, because it'll also have the same... the room renderer should have the same origin as the rest of the level room's center on cell position. Therefore, that should still be correct. So... do set parent. Actually, I do need to do, like, rotation. So we'll need to figure that out. Alright, and yeah, so set parent, we want that to be... We probably actually want to do this only if we have a room builder. Room render, transform. Thanks for the lurk, Benitez. False on world position stays. And then object trans local position. We already put the relative position into the occupations tables, therefore we could probably modify it here. Let's do that. So relative position is still relative specifically to the bottom left corner of the rectangle. Therefore, to get the actual position of the object, you need to take the relative position and subtract it. Or not the relative position, but we take the placement info offset and subtract that from relative position. So do minus equals placement info. There's a Morgie. Oh, Stereo Protocol Forcon. How are you doing? Subtract placement offset from that. I need to go to the bathroom. Once again, I said, oh, I need to go to the bathroom when Benitez showed up, and then I didn't actually go to the bathroom because I was talking to Benitez, and then you showed up, and I'm like, oh, that's right, I still need to go to the bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom. Because I know you're otherwise just going to bug me into going to the bathroom. Alright. I will be right back and I'll tell you how I am when. Yeah, indeed. Stand by. Okay, I return. Make sure I am drinking water. Okay, so we were setting this up. So yeah, subtract that from that. We need to rotate it though. I think we're going to do this a very basic way. I'm not even going to bother with trying to simplify the rotation for now. I'm just going to do if rotation is 2 or 3, we're going to... Actually, wait, no. You're rotating it like this. I forgot to actually take into account rotation first. I should have done that. Hang on. Oh, that's annoying. Hang on. Yeah, I need to do that before we put in the rect int. Oh, shit. Okay. Got it. It's fine. First of all, size equals placement info size. And then just real simple. If we are rotating it 1 or 3, then size should be a new vector2 int, or just do it backwards. Another thing we actually want to do is take the offset here and also reverse that. Actually, I'm gonna just do a fucking switch on this. Now a default break. If the rotation is 1, break here as well. Again, we're assuming that we start from north facing. Rotation 1 should be east. The first thing that needs to be done is that so normally the offset will be over there. If we rotate it east, there's a bug in here somewhere, I think. If we rotate it east, that means boy, my brain is not ready for this sort of math today. Let me actually go to level gen test. That helps. So if we want to place it here, the origin is over here. And the offset should be like -5, -2-ish. Obviously that's not. It's like 10 by 20, I think. Like 10 by 5. -10, -5 is the square offset. Or the rectangle offset, I should say. We rotate it 90 degrees, it becomes -5, no, -5, +10. Okay, so on rotation 1, offset equals new vector2 int unmodified offset.y, because that was -10, -5, and becomes -5, +10, so it becomes negative offset x. I know there's probably a better function for this, but whatever. It also means that we need to move it up by 1 as well. Right? Yeah. So we actually want to do +1. In case 2, it'll be X and Y, but they'll both be inverted. And it is still +1 there, but it's also +1 on the X. And then in case 3, is going to be inverted. I think it's invert, and both of them are negative. So you rotate case 3, or sorry, rotate 3 means they're actually just rotating -1. So it goes from -5, -10 to +5, -10. Sorry. So it goes from -10, -5 to +5, -10. Which means that we don't modify the Y value. No, it's -10, +5. It becomes -10 here. I'm gonna end up getting this wrong, and then I'm gonna have to track that bug down, and I'm gonna hate it. In fact, I'm just now realizing what I could be doing. Actually, no, because this... No, because I can still use integral rotate 90 on the vector 2. Okay, so yeah, Let's actually just make a new rectant, but the position will actually be 0 instead of the position we want it to be at, and then we'll modify the position afterwards. Then we do rect equals rect dot integral rotate 90 around point. And that'll be 0. Nope. Of course, it doesn't want to do that properly. We actually need to do this in a for loop. And we do want to corner rectify. Being less than rotation. And we just do that. Which is lazy. We could be doing this the rotate counterclockwise if it's 3. But I don't have to. That still should modify the position of rect as well. Not that it matters, because we're going to just set the position to relative position. Like so. Also, like, my brain is slightly burning out today. I think it's partially just because of the fact that, like, I started today and have been kind of bleh and brain foggy. Alright, and then we have to do the same thing. Actually, let's do the same thing with offset as well. Yeah. Actually, we need to not corner rectify that, I think. Boy, like I said, it's like this is a code that is going to not be something we can look at right now until a while from now. Oh, hang on, I just realized. Size. There we go. Okay. So I just can't wait to find out what the hell we broke. So yeah, modify rect position to relative position, then we add the rectangle. Then we need to place the transform. We can set the parent to the room builder if the room builder exists. That way we can do object trans local position. It's going to be a new vector 3. Where we do Relative position. Oh wait, no, that's right. We do need like a additional offset. And for that, I'm just gonna do the switch that we were talking about. And on case 1, default break. Don't need anything there. And then this will just be... offset plus equals vector 2 int dot up. Yes. Here it's 1. And then case 3. Oops, will be right. There we go. Relative position dot x minus offset dot x. 0 on the y-axis, and then relative position dot y minus offset dot y. And that should work. Else, even though there's not a whole lot of opportunities in which, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother with that. I don't think there's a situation in which, actually, we'll do this. We'll make it parented to our own transform. At which point we can actually just do that. Wait. There we go. And like I said, we'll have to find out how that fucks itself up some other time. Let me go look at my planning document again. So, storage room tiering is done in level gen assembly. So, here's the problem. Where do I store that data? Because that's not a value within level gen room data. Level gen room data is basically the, like, level gen assembly representation of a room. And there isn't a value on there that's storage room tier. So where do I put that? Is there a reason that I have tiers being determined here? Oh, because I have to lock the storage room. That makes sense. I want to determine the tier because I want to determine if it's locked or not, because it's important to do that there so that we can determine where keycards go. As such, I don't want to just have to add a member to the level gen room data used by one room type. I'm not fond of that. But also, doing it that way means it's the easiest for me to set it up in the prototyper. Because the prototyper has a thing that generates the room data. So that would be really easy to set up. Alright. I hate it, but it's a good way of setting it up. Actually, I could just have a room tier system, because I might also want event rooms to be tiered. Potentially. So, by default, we want room tier to be 0. And then this will have different behavior depending on the type of room. Storage rooms determine the tier of rewards available. See, what did we even call that? Well, then again, this won't have a reference because this is a different assembly, and I'm not sure if this lets me do a cross assembly reference or not. I can try. If I can type in interact loot, C. Yeah. I don't have access to that. I'm not sure if I can do a documentation comment that references something from a different assembly. That's right, some data. Storage room table info. Vendor rooms determine the available random event spawns. That's best we can do. Usually a value from 0 to 2. Alright. I get to put that onto the prototype room builder, I believe. Wherever the hell I put that. Probably in level utilities. Prototype room builder. There it is. All right. Room tier 0. Also, Unsienda. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Didn't even help me that much. Blech. I've also just been, like, physically a little blech. I don't think I'm sick, but I do feel probably just sinusy. Congested. Alright, so that should be it. Oh, that's right. So now this variable in place. When we do get room data, we should actually add it as a variable here in the constructor. We need to add it in the other one as well. It should be tier equals 0. There we go. Yeah, that'd be able to figure it out for me. Alright, so... then we just go back to prototype room builder, and when we create our level gen room data, we do tier. Which is that. Cool. Awesome. So now, how do we get to telling it should spawn that? You go to prototype level builder real quick. I'm gonna see what our entry point is to creating the level. So we throw level manager.set level, which I believe does start running initialize, which is the builder. Here it is. Place important game entities, containers for keycards. Which I actually kind of want to do the loot containers first. Just want to set here as well as places props, which that's kind of important. We do need that to place props. In fact, actually, we'll go in here. And put like a to-do in here somewhere. That's not what to do. Do. Which, hang on. builds room renders. Should probably have it also do... Actually, I guess, yeah, if I want it to be kind of part of that. Yeah, so I'm gonna put... all of that, and then... and or add more components to the object. But what I do want to do is also to do add props. So objects can be placed on tables. That'll be it for now. So this will be our entry point where we need to do that. In order to do that, we need... let me think. In fact, actually, we probably should also set something up to where a level room stat should probably keep track of that is another thing. I want it to be able to keep track of, like, loot table objects, I think. Actually, so... containers for keycards. I think what I want to do instead, we have systems that determine how a keycard wants to place in a room. And the way that we actually have things set up is that when the keycard wants to be placed in an enemy, what happens is that when the enemy is spawned in the room, the encounter manager will then add to the enemy's loot system or loot table the keycard. Therefore, I think that should also be how we do things for the rooms, especially for also loot pre-rolls, potentially. We can take the what is it called? The storage room info? Whatever we called it. Storage room table info. We can take that, and then specifically we can take that and then roll a item that we want to guarantee, and then tell the storage room to put that on one of its entities, on one of its loot containers. I think that's going to be how we do it. Cool, okay. So... that means that actually needs to be done after these things. It also means that containers for keycards don't need to be placed. You actually have that as part of place of the game entities, I think. So again, the idea should be, if we actually look at level gen room data, If contains key item... Wait, is it determined here? Do I have something in the planning document saying where we do that then? Actually, this is not quite the way it is. Keycard Alpha is basically just always going to be Lieutenant or Storage Room. The way is that the keycards themselves, they have an info object, and that info object tells what kinds of places it's allowed to spawn in. And that's done in level gen ASM as well. Oh, so gameplay assembly will determine which of these it should be. Okay. But you can determine specifically... The keycard will check if it can be placed in an encounter, boss encounter, or like a storage room, or a room that isn't any of those. I think that's the idea. So in gameplay assembly, did I write down where that happens? I did not. Oh well. I do know that down here, it does the loot table result pre-rolling. We actually do secret mechanisms up here. So that means that that's going to be done somewhere in here. Which I guess is also part of place other game entities. I think place other game entities in and of itself should probably be clarified out. Potentially. Okay, well. So to be fair, it's been 4.5 hours. I might just call it here, because my brain is still leaking out of the side of my brain. That's a word. That's a phrase. Leaking out of the side of my head. I think is kind of what I meant to say there. I think I will probably just wrap up what I've done today and push on with the rest of what I want to do later. So close out of that. 50 fucking changes. First up, we updated localization. I usually update that separately. Where's localization? Update those. Update localization. There's some new stuff. And then I'm probably just going to make all of this be in service of work on loot container placement generation. And then all this is stuff that we did as assets for that. And commit. That's all I'm doing for now. 190 lines is not terrible for 4 hours, but it is less than I was hoping. Very few of them are like changes, so I did add a lot. I just feel like I didn't add anything super substantial just yet. I did finally do these. Hopefully that works. I didn't actually test that, but I don't feel like going back to figure it out. I don't think it needs an abstract animation handler. I think it's fine on its own. So loot container itself has been established, but we do need something that actually spawns it. I might need some stuff for, like, adding a component or a behavior that does things in a room. I might just use scriptable objects for it, even though it's kind of clunky to do so. Just because that's simpler. Or I make prefabs. Or I just say fuck it, and I'm probably gonna do something similar for like hop-ups and whatnot. Just do object prefabs. And then we instantiate it, attach it to the room, tell it to do something. And then I have a bunch of mono behaviors inheriting from that determine special things. And that's specifically in service of like behavior for types of rooms. Or even like special rooms or whatever. So for example, some of these things are probably not necessary, actually, now I think about it. So it's like, for example, I think they should all be within spawning objects within the room. It should be like, there should be like one function within the room builder that says, hey, I want to put objects into the room. And then so it'll be like, am I a supply room? Then if I'm a storage room, then try to place loot objects. Or specifically loot containers, depending on my room tier. Am I supply room? If I am, try to place vendors. If I'm a event room, try to place events. And then after checking all of those, it will also say I should place other random dog shit. Breakables, the common breakables, and sometimes it'll place traps, or it'll say like, oh, am I in encounter room, place traps. I might also allow it to place traps in other rooms, but it should check other things. And then it can try and place random props, random decorations, and other things. That should also be the system that checks if it needs to place a bulletin board that needs a key card in it. It should also determine if it needs to place a loot container with a keycard in it. I can do all that kind of whilst it's going through its motions. That should be how it runs. Probably actually do want to have that as a, let me make a Trello card for this. Room object spawning. Oops. So, checklist. If supply room... Granted, I don't have vendors right now, but when I get vendors, place vendors. If storage room, place tiered loot containers. Check for guaranteed drops such as... Yeah, I'm ending soon. Ish. Something. Brain. Fart. I mean, it's a little soon for plugs, but sure. Yeah, I'll put more stuff on there eventually. But I'm kind of wrapping up and kind of brain dumping right now so that I know kind of the things that I want to work on later. Check for guaranteed drops such as key cards and pre-rolls. If event room, place event objects. Check theme to see if there is a dedicated event object for this room before placing. The idea will be that, like, there's going to be generic event rooms, and then there's going to be specialized event rooms, where certain layouts will be set up, and it will, you know, for example, if I want to have, like, a event room that's set up in a very specific way, then it'll be that layout will be designated as the layout for that type of event. Otherwise, if it's a generic event room that's using any other layout that's not designated, it will then instead pull from like a pool of other objects that can be placed in the room wherever is available to it. That's kind of the idea I want to do. If room can have an encounter, place traps. And if it can't have an encounter, I don't want to place traps. If not a storage room, check if we want to place a common breakable or bulletin board with a keycard, and do so. Otherwise, if we are a storage room, we'll just prioritize putting the keycard into a keycard, an actual loot container. We'll prefer doing that. And then After all checks, place decorations. Oh, wait, I'm missing one. That one is if room should contain a secret mechanism or clue for a secret mechanism. Place it. Period. Dot. Then we do the place decorations. Including hint objects such as computers and bulletin boards. Awesome. Probably I'm going to need to set something up to where wall decorators need to be able to make a placement that stops things from being placed against a wall, I think. Potentially. So obviously I don't want to, like, put a painting up over top of a window. That would look stupid. I need to figure that out. I'll have to figure that out. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. We'll figure something out. Actually, just put it here for now. We call this wall decorators. An option to add spaces where all wall objects cannot be generated. Don't put a painting on a window. Genius. I could also just have, I can make that part of generating the levels collision, and then have it be a Boolean on the, that makes sense. Have a Boolean on the thing that makes it so that it will place, kind of a rectangle on top of it, on top of that wall, to tell the game that it can't put things against that wall. You know, that'd be the idea. But I might make some separate system for that rather than making it a prop occupation. Because the main thing is that, like, I would still want, like, I think if something is set up as wall only, it shouldn't place against something that is not allowing wall placements. But in order to do that, I need a separate set of data for that. It'll probably be like a separate set of rectants, maybe. I think something I should be able to do is, if it is a wall only, and it is trying to place against a wall, it should check the room's theme, ask the room's theme if there is a wall override next to it that has windows, and if so, it can't place there. Which is not exactly the most efficient way, but it's probably going to be the best way for it. Procedure. You know what? I'm keeping it. It was a typo, but I'm keeping it. Procedure. Because this is placing props. other features. When placing wall-only objects, check if the wall it's placing against is a window. You don't want to place against a window. That's the main thing we want to check for. Alright. I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I get back, we're going to work on ending stream. I am tired, and I need to get out of here. So I'm going to go BRB once again, go to the bathroom, come back, and we'll drop in a friend of ours. Do stick around for that, please. And thank you. Alright. And stand by. Alright, let's groink on out of here. Where are we groinking off to? Let me do the plugs again. I don't know if Ami's actually back from work or not. Did I just plugs? No, I didn't. We groinking. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know that you're off already. Oh, you are off today. Okay. I did not know that. I don't think you actually mentioned that in my vicinity or not. Unless you just didn't catch it. Okay. Yeah, bug's done. Let me click stop rates. I should have clicked that before going to the bathroom. And then let's figure out... what's our raid message? I think I'm going to do default. Nothing really special happened today, I think. I was kind of just doing my work. I was just slapping at the keyboard and making funny little symbols appear on my screen. So I think we'll do default raid message, and then let's see who's on. I bet you Sasha's still probably on. So I'm assuming Sasha is streaming today. Oh, Kelly is. Yeah, there's Sasha doing Synthetic. I don't know what that game is. Actually, wait, no, I think I do. That's the game where, there's like an on-kill effect where, like, it, does the little X over the enemy. And I kind of want to steal that, visual effect for Toaster Gun, I think. Potentially. That's that game, I think. Fairly certain. I could be wrong. He is also doing Hollow Knight Silk Song. Here, welcome back, Benitez. You're just in time for us to drop in on a friend of ours, hopefully. We're doing Kelly or we're doing Sasha? That's the question. I think that's our choices today. You guys just now started, actually. So I'm not sure if it has the wrong title on or not. Have we rated Ia since my rebrand? I think we haven't. Let's drop in on Ia. Bring you out over here. And okay, Ia is actually started by the time we got here. Alright. Yeah, I think that's gonna be what we do. So, I'm gonna click start raid. Don't forget, again, this is our raid message. You can unlock the emote using channel points. It's very affordable here. And with all of that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in my stream. I hope to see you guys the next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Toaster Catball with her brains leaking out of her ears.